Let us listen if there will be any response for that. I think he has lost scent of his colleagues, so he now tries making a sound so they can hear him. Good afternoon and welcome to this August 2021 Meru Challenge. This is at the main gate of Mururi, the main entrance to the Meru National Park. And we've just come in and are about to do our first game drive here in the National Park. It's a very sunny day. It's been like this for quite some time. So we want to see how the heat is going to treat us. And these are the conditions currently. As I've just mentioned, it's quite hot. The sun is shining very hot every day, so the risk of fire is very high. And this, of course, is our usual machine, which we will be using for the game drives. It's in good condition and raring to go. This is our old friend, the old Mururi gate, as it stands there in front of us and always giving us access into the park. Never been unkind to us. There stands the old gate. So here we are at junction number 1, which borders the Rhino Sanctuary to the right side, and behind the signpost there we have our 3 sisters. We have Elsa's copy on the left side, and to the right we have 2 other sisters further out in the distance, standing out majestically in the savannah. And here we go, our first encounter with the wildlife in Meru National Park. This is one of the beautiful reticulated giraffes, never minding the sun, standing out there and observing us as we observe him. He's all alone, probably his colleagues not far from him. Along the way we have come across a male grand gazelle, a single male. This is one we call the loser, having lost his harem to a younger, stronger male, and of course now he has to live alone for the rest of his life. No company. So this is where he has landed, and I think he's looking out for prey. He's hunting. This is the shrike. I think he has just caught something because he dived in the grass and came on top of that twig. Lucky to have found this male, and this is a male lion. Looks a little bit old. We just need to give him some time. just found a nice spot, so we have to do the search by ourselves. So this guy is about to make a roar, and I think he's calling out his friends. He cannot find them by use of his eyes, so he's trying the sound. There is the intensity of his look, searching around very, very intently. The lion is not far from the old Mulika. He decides to take a rest and hope that his colleagues come this way. Here we are looking at the almost 100% camouflage. Were it not for the face, then you would not know there is a lion there. Yellow coat of the lion and yellow color of the grass. still has hopes very high that yes, he's finally found the lady of his life. Here she comes. Finally, she has found his company. She just came running from the grasses, and here we are with both lions, male and female. And there goes the female on her way to where the man just came from a few moments ago. The lady moves on. And I think I can hear her calling out. Maybe there are some other lions in the vicinity. So we will wait and see. In the meantime, the husband lays right next to our car, right behind us. There's the gentle lion still lazing around. While the lady keeps looking around. So it is a happy reunion for the two of them. In readiness for a meal that is yet to arrive. It's a clever thing to do. In the meantime, the sun is just about to go down, and probably the lions are looking forward to a nice hearty meal for tonight. So as the sun goes down, that's in the direction of the sun, over the Nyambene Hills. And from his position, I think the lion may also be enjoying the yellow evening light as the sun goes down. He's admiring the light, you can tell it in his face. But he also admires being clean, so he goes back to his paw cleaning business. So as they take a rest for this early evening moment, we will also say goodbye and perhaps good night to both of them until we meet again tomorrow, if luck is on our side. There goes the sun across and over the Nyambene Hills. And this is when we say the sky is on fire. So it has been a good afternoon. We have been lucky with the lions, and hopefully tomorrow will be equally lucky. Good night. It's another good morning while here in the Meru-National Park. This is the second Gamedrive of this tour. And this morning we come across a nice, beautifully lit crested eagle just before number 2. And he seems to be having the moment of his life there with the sunshine. In the sky, in the background, I think we have some vultures hovering around. I wonder if they could be following the lions from yesterday. So as we move around, we will have a look to see what is happening. far the prestige is. We have one of the herons having a leisurely walk on these open grounds, not far from the Mulika River. And as we drive along the river Mulika, we come across our first baobab tree just behind the palms there. Beautiful tree. And when we combine it with the palms, this is the picture that comes out. We are now looking at another crested eagle who, as we passed by, was calling out to his friend. You almost think it's a cat crying in the tree because it's almost similar to the meow sounds produced by cats. This beautiful crest at the back of his head, and this is what makes him look outstanding. On this lovely ground, we have several white-browed sparrow weavers. Looking for something to eat, and they must be having a good time here because there seems to be a lot for them to eat. This is the white-browed sparrow weaver. We have some new candidates here for our filming, and these are the plains zebra. This is as we leave the Mulika River area, and it seems that we have more behind us because there is some noise coming from behind. There is also a waterbuck, a female waterbuck, hiding in the bushes, hoping that we do not see her, but we already have, so she's not lucky on this one, but there she goes. And this is where the camouflage takes effect. If she doesn't move, then it would be very difficult to find her. There are the rest of the zebras moving away from us, so we will not have a chance with them. As is always the case here in Meru, when we pass by, the animals want to know who we are and what we are doing here. I guess this is what one of the zebra here is asking. Right in the middle of the picture we have one of the bee eaters, the beautiful, beautiful bee eater. green wings and back, yellow chest with a black stripe just below the neck. This section seems to be a bird's paradise, as we have now in front of us two Jackson's francolins. Alongside one of the sparrows right here, but the francolins have now disappeared into the grass. So we are once again along the rhino sanctuary fence, driving towards number 37, and we have come across these two elephants. Looks like two bulls. And on hearing my voice, one of them has just moved slightly to the area behind the bush to hide his face. So this is a good indication that we may have elephants in the offing. So we continue with the game drive. So we are now into the rhino sanctuary, about to cross the River. Good morning, Twiggers, and may I ask, how is Mururi swamp area? We visit you one more time. I'm sure you've seen us before. This is one more trip. And there are the cowards running across the road to the other side. And peeping at us from behind the bushes. How cowardly. As we have always told them, they should not fear us. We are not hunting. Now this guy even turns around so we can see his right side, and a beauty he is. So this is at the Mururi swamp where we have just come in, and after watching the twigas, we now have I think about 4 elephants deep in this swamp area. There's one facing away from us and another one on the far right, and still another one which is hidden just in front of these two in the trench there. There is right in the middle of the picture. You should be able to figure out some ears of the elephant. Now the one on the left here is what I'm interested in. I hope he turns around quickly, because I have noticed he has some interesting tusks. This one as well. It's a younger one, or a smaller looking elephant, but the guy with his back to us is quite something. So I want to wait and see. There he goes. There you see one of his tusks. I want to wait until he turns around. So the guy is slowly turning around, and I can just hear. So oh, there are more elephants in the trench there. So this is more than we thought we had. There is this other gentle elephant. I'm just waiting to see if he can move on to more open grounds so we can capture him properly. This is a fresh candidate in the Meru Park. It's a buffalo, a Cape buffalo, and we have 2 of them side by side, not very far from each other. And as always, buffalo with their no-nonsense faces. We call it the business face. This is the other guy right there. Very quiet. We have again this guy from the front view. He is almost frozen in position. He's alive. He's alive, and he freezes just to be sure that our intentions are okay. He relaxes. Again, we are lucky enough to find a male kudu wandering on his own. Doesn't know exactly which direction to go to, but he will be guided by our presence. He moves away from us, directly away from us, looking back to see if we are giving chase, but of course we are not. And he disappears into the thickets. This is at the swamp area where we saw Indian last time. And we have water bug coming for a drink. The day is not as hot as we expected. Still a little bit warm, which calls for a drink. We have scattered clouds that are preventing from the day, or rather stopping the day from becoming very hot. So this is good for the drive. Here is a lovely white-browed sparrow weaver. It's not far from the nests. This is one of the nests of the white-browed sparrow weaver, and clearly visible is the entrance. Beautifully positioned in this acacia tree. This is at number 49, another open area, and we have come across more giraffes. It's one of those open areas which are not very often visited, the so-called private or hidden gems, hidden swamp areas. This is where we have seen a white rhino, not far from a black rhino on the last safari. Which is alongside the Mutondo River on the left. Here we are back in the Mururi swamp area, and we have with us a big group of buffalo with a single elephant standing out in the middle. So it is very clear that they all came here for a drink, a bit of relaxation, and then move on with their grazing. We have more buffalo coming in. And as always, buffalo are always looking out for any signs of danger. If we give any kind of signal that we are dangerous, then they are most likely to run away. So we remain quiet and gentle. Yes, we are here with you, but we mean no harm. So relax and move on for a drink. These are seemingly mature bulls, which I think are more responsible for security matters. There's our beautiful elephant. Here we are again with buffalo and elephant, all looking in our direction as if they have been called for a parade. This gives us a good chance to compare the sizes of the elephant and the buffalo. A buffalo weighing about 600 to 700 kilos, and the elephant having the largest share of about 4.5 to 5 tons. On the opposite side of Mururi swamp, we have another encounter with a kudu, another male kudu, which is gracing our pictures. And I think he's well relaxed. He continues to eat as if nothing is happening. Not like the others who are very shy, and whenever they hear the car, they jump into the bushes and hide. This guy is very, very okay with us. There he goes. And it's very clear to see the beauty of his spiral horns. This is the little kudu, a male little kudu. Here is our friend again, confidently moving through the grassland and behind the bush. Here we have an open area where we can clearly see the waters of the Mururi. Moving around the Mururi swamp, we have this giraffe that is resting, relaxing in the grass, and which is a rare sight to see because they don't often lay in the grass like this. Which means that he feels safe. He has gauged the situation and does not feel there is any danger, so he relaxes and goes down. So as the day progresses, this is how he will have to sleep. They sleep with their heads straight in the air like this, and this is mainly to avoid damage to the brain. If he goes down with the head completely, like you and I, he may have a brain hemorrhage because the heart pumps so strongly that if he goes down, the blood vessels in the brain will rupture and probably kill him. So the head has to stay up like this for the entire session. This is at the Mutondo River, where we have two elephants that were having a good time in the water, and one of them is walking away. I think he has had enough. So he walks away, gently leaving his colleague behind. before the colleague follows him, it's time for a short drink before moving on into the sunshine. And as expected, he follows his friend into the grasslands. We see his friend moving away out there in the distance. The guy in front has found a nice dustpan and thinks, well, before he moves on, he can spray a bit of dust on himself. And now that the skin is wet, it easily catches the dust. This guy is doing what we do all the time, rubbing himself against the tree, scratching his itchy body, and then moves on. This is the perfect animal garden with lots of waterbuck. This is the common waterbuck, alongside numerous plains zebra grazing in these yellow fields. More of the waterbuck to the as I also find them very elegant. As always, curious about our presence. One thing I have noticed is that they would rather stay in the sunshine, in the hot sun, than be in bushy areas where they are vulnerable to attack by predators. So this is okay with them. Our next movie star is a Hamakop at the Mutondo River Bridge. Doing his usual business of fishing, or rather waiting for an opportunity for a fish to appear, or a frog, something that he can have for lunch. This guy will not move away from the bridge even as we approach, so we have taken the opportunity to have a closer video of him. First time in a long time we have oryx. are, the oryx. They have found a nice place to spend the hot afternoon. It's really burning hot now, and this can only be the best place for them. We have quite a number here, 6 or 7 of them, some visible but some behind the bushes, so it's not clear, it's not easy to see all of them at the same time. This is now along the Ronge River circuit, and we've just started off with a beautiful twiga in the beautiful sunshine. Dipping his head right into the thickets, because the acacias are a giraffe's favorite food. On the other side, ahead in front of us on the road is another giraffe. doing the same activity, feeding on the acacias. And our friend decides it is time to go as well, so he moves on. Here we have some damage of the bark of the trees, a clear declaration that elephants have passed by. So we continue driving along the river and see what comes up. On the opposite side of the Botherongi River, we have a gathering of zebra, the partial zebra. The long session with the hot midday sun is coming to an end. It's 4 o'clock and now it should start getting cooler, and therefore more movement from the wildlife here. There is also the presence of young waterbuck. I have no idea who is taking care of them, but they seem large enough to be able to do that. And of course, in the company of the zebra, I guess their security is well taken care of for now. Another beautiful sight with buffaloes enjoying a good moment on the Botherongi River, with a huge collection of cattle egrets on the right here. The cattle egrets and the buffalo are good friends. The cattle egrets will tell you why. They benefit a lot from the movement of the buffalo. When the grasshoppers eject themselves from the grass, horns, seemingly very effective in any fight, especially against predators like lions. A spread of white flowers on the ground. In this picture we have also the Jesus bird, the so-called Jesus bird, which is the African jacana, the guy on the left there with the brown coat, slightly hidden in the grass. There he goes. There is some kind of alert. Somebody must have given a false alarm and everybody's on the lookout. In comes a heron. And this false alarm has made the herons or the cattle egrets panic, and each of the buffaloes now has a heron on the back, looking out for danger. This is the yellow-billed stock. Alongside the yellow-billed stock we have the great heron. As well as the grey heron. On the opposite shore of this pond we have also a sacred ibis, the bigger one on the right side, and two plovers. This is another addition to today's collection. This is a lilac-breasted roller. He's taking a bit too long to do it, so I guess it's time we give up. We are still driving along the Boatharongi circuit, or Kubai Road as they call it here, and we have just discovered a new species of acacia, a white acacia. This is our white acacia. No prizes for guessing what has made the tree white. It's very clear. We have a huge gathering of egrets that spend a lot of their time here. So when they answer nature's call, they always do it there. That's why the tree has turned white. A white acacia. This is our family of elephants resting, taking a breath in the shadows of the trees there, still along the Boatharongi circuit. There is a mother with her young one and probably an auntie to the youngster right next. And a giraffe has just entered the scene, not wanting to be left out of the picture. And more giraffes coming in, probably for a late drink. This is a lovely pair, one slightly older than the other, but both of them still kids. I think one on the right likes us. We like you as well. There is mommy, both mummies. So it's a joyful reunion once more, and all of them safe across the road. One of the special members of Meru National Park is the gerenuk, which we have found here. This is not far from the headquarters. And looking around, I see nobody else, so I think he is all alone. This is great as a profile picture, and it's possible to see exactly what he's up to. who is peeping to our side through the bushes. This is one of the local female kudus. There she goes. Well, this looks like Kudu district, and we are back onto the Rojowero. Good morning, Mr. Elephant. Kimbia, kimbia, toroka, toroka, toroka. Toroka, toroka haraka. Unaona anatuzunguka. Ngoja uone, kuwa tayari kwenda. Okay, I'll start again. Good morning, Mr. Elephant. We have a very agitated elephant this morning, and this is actually our first elephant on the game drive, and he's not very happy about our presence. And what you saw is that he's moving around behind us to try and surprise us, but we knew his move very well. We are along the main fence to the villages, and let's see what he has in mind. There is the fence. There is the electric fence. He seems to be digging for something. He has given up the plan. He knows we are still here. And I think this is one of the guys who go out into the villages and steal farm produce from the farms. He's making a hole there. I don't know for what. Right next to the electric fence. Very close to the electric fence. And if he's about to do what I think he will do, this is very interesting. A minute. I have just noticed that there is another elephant across the fence on the outer side. So this is very interesting. He may have wanted to make a hole and push the post from beneath. I've just seen another elephant approaching from the other side of the fence. There's the other fellow who's on the other side of the fence. I haven't seen whether it's a female or male, but we may soon find out. So those are the two other elephants on the outer side of the fence, seemingly young bulls. So here is the guy who is giving us a restless morning, and he's slowly creeping behind the bushes, trying to come to the front side of the car, but obviously we will not allow him. I think he's feeling frustrated since he was not able to go out of the fence like the others. Now here he comes again. These guys are as scared as anything. At the swamp along one of the fences, we have some nice looking water bugs in the early morning light. Probably having come for an early drink. In the same vicinity, we have a bright, fully colored kingfisher there. That's the gray-headed kingfisher. Now we have come across this troop of baboons on their way to look for food. It's a huge party, could be 20 or more individuals. Of course, numbers make it safe for everybody. Everybody feels secure. And this is how they look like, the entire clan, the entire troop. The big bosses usually walk from behind, so they have a good view of what everybody else is doing. Otherwise, they will not be in control. So from behind, they can see and control everything. As this guy walks along, you have two others sitting out there at the very end, at the back of the troop. So I think the one on the right, sitting on the right, could be the boss and is being groomed by one of the ladies. Now here comes a lady with a young one. This is on the way to Mururi swamp, and we are lucky to come across some lions. These are, looks like a group of females doing the rounds, maybe looking for some food. Very good. We will try and keep them company for now and see if face. They were a bit nervous when we came in, but one lady is urging them on. Some of them were running into the bush, but they've now relaxed, and it would only be good if they continue with their hunt. That is a sure sign somebody is hungry. So I think we have 3 here, and the other one who has just left, I think that's the leader of the group. That makes it 4, unless somebody else shows up. So that's where the lady is, the lady who went in front of the others. That's where she's laying down, right on the road. No wonder the others have stuck to their position. So maybe it's been a long morning for them, and now they want to relax a little bit before they move on. But I am sure they have not gotten something for breakfast. So they may still continue looking. If the sun gets too hot, then they will have no choice but to retire to the bushes and doze off, as lions normally do. They have just scampered into the bush when they heard a Ranger Land Cruiser coming, but one guy, this looks like a guy, is still on the road. Remember, most of the animals in Meru are shy. They don't like, here they come again. They don't like to be approached very, very closely. Here they come back on the road again, and they move on. We will follow them. Emerging from the bushes after we passed them by, but they're still scared about, I think we are too close, so we'll try and give them some space.
Yun po ko rin okay. ugi tengah ke tahu lah. Ini makanan ni. Sini nanti api. Nanti mati. Itu ugi je. Jadi di mana? Sebut.
We are once again coming into Mururi swamp, and we want to have a look around, see what is happening this morning. So here we are again at the Mururi swamp. Here we are at signpost number 54 rather, and we have come across these three rhinos. We have two that are together and another one that is approaching from the right side. So here comes the one that's on the right side. There he goes, sprinkling his urine, marking his territory. So, as is usually the case, it's a male who is following a female with a young. It's not clear to say if he is the father of the young one or he just wants to mate with a female. So, unless you know their history, then it is not clearly identifiable. As we drive along the Rojevero circuit, we come across the water bugs, a huge presence, and also a couple of zebras, 3 I think, together not far from the water bugs. And the question is always the same: who are you, or what are you doing here? There's the Elsas in the background. One of the oldest baobabs around, still leaning slightly to the right. I remember the last time here it was leaning in the same direction, but it's still standing. So it may be some time before he calms down entirely, but it's in a very weak position now, leaning like that. This lady impala is just by the roadside as we take the main road towards Elsa's. Nice and clean, and also very confident. She's not moving at all. We have some beautiful impalas on the road here. Seemingly it is a harem, or is it? Let's have a closer look. We have a young male going there to the right, older males on the road, and this should be a boys' club. Young males and older, weaker males. So it's a boys' club. There they go. We have a nice pool of water here, but then we will have a closer look and see who lives there. We have some dragonflies as well on the twig, holding on to their positions because of the wind. There they go. Mughwampo swamp, we come across again a giraffe. That slowly walks away. He's camera shy. This is an area where we don't have many safaris being done, so it's an area where the animals are rather shy. This is now at the Mughwampo swamp area where we have a huge gathering of zebra and eland. Eland, as usual, will keep their distance from the car, so we don't want to approach them very, very close. It's dozens of both species of animals. I guess the Zebra will not find it worrisome, but when you have eland in the neighborhood, then they run and make a panic. Here we are doing the rounds in the Mughwampo swamp, and under the tree in the middle we have seen a lioness. There she is, and I think she's hunting. Otherwise she would not be up at this time. And there is a buffalo walking to her right. Two buffaloes actually. So this could get interesting. We don't know how many lions are here, so we'll try and watch any drama unfold. So we have here our two lions at close range. This is the lady. And the gentle lion lays down there very gently, probably making plans for the future. Where do I get a meal in these difficult areas, in these difficult times? However, the lady is always alert, looking out for opportunities, because she is responsible for providing the food, and she cannot afford to lay down and relax, not that much. So the gentle lion decides to have a look as well. And he looks like he might need something to eat. When lions are well fed, it's very clear to tell from their bulging stomachs, but this guy looks wanting. You notice that as a male lion in the National Park of Meru and in the other hot areas, the mane is very minimal. It's not as well cut out as the lions in the Masai Mara. And it is said that the temperatures have a lot to do with the short mane. Returns to his spot. The guy continues to look. may want to assist the lady in locating prey. And here we are, finally we come across our two gravy zebras. They are in the company of other plains zebra, so it's a good mix. Here we have the partial zebra, one of them with a very unusual patch. Looks very different from the others. And our gravy is still here. There's his colleague, the two of them together again. And maybe one is already fed up with our presence. He's looking in the opposite direction. The ultimate insult. While the gravies are standing in the hot sunshine, a lot of the others have gone under the tree for some shade. On this our afternoon drive, we continue having more twiggers, this time round in the company of a dome palm and the rock, the Elsa's rock, far behind. In the distance we see an eagle who is at work. I think he or she has a nest there at the very top of the tree and is now working on something which is not clear in our eyes. I think he's eating something. And from a different angle we can see clearly that he is having a meal. And it looks like a rat, a mouse. That's what he's having for a late lunch. Looking in our direction and wondering if we are interested in the mouse as well. I don't think so. We are once again doing the rounds in Mururi swamp, And on the marshy side we have come across 3 rhinos, beautiful white rhinos, in the very lush green watery area. They don't want to show their presence. We already know they are here, so that is a futile effort on their side. I think the rhinos came here for a mud bath. This is where we have the river running through, the small stream within the Mururi. Runs through here, and it's a nice area to have a mud bath before moving on to continue with the grazing. So here we are back with the rhinos and a much clearer picture. In the company of their usual friends, the cattle egrets, waiting, always waiting for the grasshoppers to jump out of the grass. And the third rhino is just behind the bush on the left there. So we'll wait until he comes out on the other side, if he does. So as expected, the third rhino has come out from the bush. He can hear us. He has heard the engine of the vehicle, but as you know, rhinos don't see very well, so it's the question of where is this car? How far is it from me? I think the rhinos are having a good time. This is a good moment for them because they have spent the most part of the day hiding under trees in the bushes. So they have not had a taste of the sunshine today, maybe very little in the morning. And now as the sun goes down, retires, it has slightly cooled down, and now they can come out and enjoy the rest of it. So it doesn't feel as hot for them as it would have during the midday hours. So he turns a little bit to the left to get a better position to warm up the left side of his belly. The others start moving as well, which means they have regained their confidence. They are not as nervous as before, because when they are nervous, they would rather stand still, no movement, and make sure they are ready for encounters that come their way. So when they continue feeding, then you know they are relaxed. There seems to be a bit of tension between these two on the left side, because anytime the one on the right, the one behind comes close, this other guy quickly runs away or walks away quickly. There may be something that is creating nervousness between the two of them. There they go again. The guy on the left keeps dashing away from his friend. This is after having left Mururi swamp, where we saw the rhinos, and up here we come across this older looking bull. There he goes through the trees gently and making sure that he walks away from us. Once again, our friend from a different angle. He's on the path that is regularly used by most of the elephants here, which will bring him directly to where we are, unless he chooses to change direction. But then here he comes. Changes direction a little bit. So the guy goes across the road. direction of the sun, east to west. Here is another wonderful looking twiga as we drive up to the fence again. He's in a very, very nervous state of mind. He just shook his body as if he wanted to run away, but stopped again. This is soon after leaving the Mururi swamp area where we have seen the elephant. And at this time, about 5:30, the time is appropriate for the animals to come out now from their hiding. The sun is a little bit cooler than it was earlier. Come on, Mr. Twiga, you are interested to know who we are? There you are, as beautiful as ever. Coming closer, one step at a time. This is the Buatherongi swamp in the evening sunlight. The other side of the Buatherongi swamp in equally beautiful evening light. On the way out, we have this lonely elephant moving along in the grass. And as we look behind us, the sun is slowly sliding down behind the Nyambene and also behind the baobab tree that's right in front of us. And so as the sun goes down, it seemingly is getting darker by the minute. As the elephant continues to graze. About 6 o'clock, we are approaching the gate now. We made a choice to have an earlier game drive so as to escape the hot sun in the day. So we see how it comes out. This is the old gate early in the morning at 6 o'clock. with the moon still shining in the sky just before the sun comes up. So on the way along the main road towards number 4, we come across these two elephants. There's one that is in the picture right now. And another one to the right side of the picture. There's the other guy. Not in the best of positions, but still visible. So this is a good sign that they may be moving around at this time. We have here one of the early risers, 3 of them. These are the grunts. These are the grunt gazelles. And this is the moment of the sun. It's rising up now at around 23 minutes past 6. We have our sun. As the sun rises, we have a family of ostriches. We have the male on the left side and several females to his right. This is while the sun continues with its journey upwards and into the higher sky. From the rear side, we can see the extent of the Nyambene Hills. As we come down to the southern direction, into the fields, Elsa's in the far background, and this is the front side. This is one of the drainage trenches and onto the front side of the car. So as the sun comes up, it will give us more light to see what's happening on the fields. So we now will move on. One of the local cuckoos. Birds are obviously early risers, so it's no surprise. We are now approaching the Mulika area, Mulika Swamp area. Cross the Mulika River onto the other side of Buatherongi and then move on. Beautiful light as we approach the river. Here is one of the characters we have not been able to film in the past. This is a ring-necked dove. So as we come across the Mulika River, we have some buffalo to the left side of the road. We have the sun still rising higher in the sky. One of the buffaloes looks a bit more curious than the others, but now continues with his breakfast. Now here we come to the Makutano River, about to cross, and looking down into the water, this is what we see, an avocet having a morning bath. Too much shaking. I guess that's the way he likes to live his life. And just after crossing the river, we have a nice twiga here on the way. This is the beginning of the rest of his day. And the main business, as usual, is having a meal, eating all the time. beauty of the Mutondo River is clear to us as we move on with this morning's game drive towards the Mururi swamp and the surrounding areas. On the ground we have a beautiful looking male sand grouse. This is at the signpost number 30. Very curious. We have more buffaloes along the way. It would be hard to imagine that the buffaloes are alive, standing there frozen and looking in our direction. We come across a younger bull relaxing in the morning sunshine, which is extremely pleasant. It's not hot, just getting warm, and if it's too much, then he will retreat into the riverine forest. We can clearly see the tall acacia behind our friend here. That's along the river. Mutondo River, and that's where he will be retreating when the sun gets too hot. We have just come across 3 bulls that are going towards the river. One has relatively good tusks, the big guy who's walking behind. So they've just crossed the road in front of us. So we see two of the guys walking along to the right, still grazing. And the bigger tusk guy is slightly to their left side. So this guy looks fairly impressive, only that he's looking in the other direction. He's facing away from us. Here is one buffalo who's really angry with our presence. Yes, we are still here. We are still here. So these are the guys we saw earlier in the swamp who just passed by through the bushes, and they are a bit apprehensive when we are here. But now they seem to have relaxed. And they move on. We have some nice water buck. This is a properly formulated harem where we have the male and several females. And From here we can see the Mulika Swamp in the background. We are on our way to number 37. Let's have a better view, a closer view of the male who is hiding behind a bush here. There he goes. He knows we have zoomed in on him. He's running like a rabbit. I have just wondered why the male would be so scared. Usually they are not, but he has read the situation and took the harem away from the place. This is along the Murera River circuit, and once again we have some beautiful giraffe in very good light, only that he's hiding behind a bush. And here we have taken a better position where we see more of him. Very beautiful surroundings and very beautiful light. We are once again driving along the Murera River, and we come across one of the elephants, probably the ones we saw earlier this morning, looking for a place to hide from the intensely hot sun that is looks like a relatively young bull. Earlier when we arrived, he seemed a little bit nervous with our presence, but now he has calmed down, and we might as well call him our friend, our new friend. I think he wants to have his nap. The Murera River circuit is proving to be quite popular as far as elephants are concerned. This is yet another group of elephants. This time round I think it's a family. Yes, there is a young one over there, maybe two. Yes, and a much younger one just behind, going towards the river, which is a few meters in front of them, to have their essential daily drink. Very important for them. They will quench their thirst with waters from the Murera River. This is one of the older crossings at the Murera River. I don't think it's in use any longer. Looks overgrown with plants, and this is probably the reason they don't use it much. No car trucks, so nothing. beautiful sight to watch. Those are the acacia that line up the Mururi River, and we have such acacias all along the length of the river on this side. As well as the usual doom palms that grow along the rivers. This is one of them. For anyone driving along the main road from Mururi Gate towards Leopard Rock, this is a fairly common sighting of the rock high up in the grasslands, which is normally seen from the left side of the road. This time round we are looking at it from the Mururi River Circuit, which is down far below on the left side, and we have it on our right. The rock that stands out majestically in the grasslands, and today it is clearly visible in fairly good light. Here stands one of the resident giraffes along the Mururi circuit. We know that giraffes don't go very far from their home range, so it's adequately safe to assume that this is his home territory. It's a gentle-looking, reticulated giraffe, sure of himself and feeling at home. So, after watching us for a while, he decides to walk along like they usually do. The main purpose is, of course, to keep a safe distance from us and then continue looking for food, cleverly hiding behind the thickets there, which makes us give up on him. As we do the rounds here in Meru National Park, this is a regular day, and regular means that it's getting hotter every hour, and this time approaching midday, the water bug is ready to settle under the tree on his, or rather on the left side of the camera, which is where he may want to spend the midday and early afternoon until it's time to go browsing again. He will not be alone in this endeavor. Somebody else is about to join him. Looks like one of his females. She's about 100 meters or so from him, so I guess it's safe to say they belong together. There she goes. Maybe she wants a ride from us, maybe not, and she goes on. A young twigger decides to grace us with his presence and is now going for the shadow under the tree. It's very hot now, and Nobody wants to venture out of the shadows too much. A Grant gazelle has the same idea. He is protecting his head from the sun while grazing out there in the shadows. Another very attractive antelope that grazes the grasslands of Meru are the gerenuk. We have this time round a male who is grazing over there in the company of about 2 females. We see one of the ladies in the very middle of our picture in the distance, so this is as far as we can zoom in on them, but it's clear to see that this is a gerenuk. Guess who's walking right behind Mama? It's a young twiga. So there he goes again majestically as they always walk, with Mommy about 40-50 meters ahead of him. We are now at the Leopard Rock area, just after the Leopard Rock Lodge, and our old lookout stones are still here. This is clearly a historical moment for those who know the rock and have been there before, always holding some sentimental value as far as memories are concerned. We are pleased to announce the presence of a crested eagle at the Leopard Rock. Right there. We now have a closer look at the Leopard Rock. Here is one of the goshawks, just after the Leopard Rock. Well, birds don't seem to mind the hot sun. Just outside of the park headquarters, we have a kudu family relaxing under the trees. There's the male, I think with his lady and a young one. Yes, there's a young one here, right there. And when they hear the human voice, they just flow away. We've come to a position where we can still see them, barely see them behind the bushes. And that's the father over there. We have the lady on the left, sharply looking in our direction, and then gently moving onwards to a place where they think it's safer than the current spot. This is at the Kena airstrip where we have an impala, a single male impala waiting for his flight to Samburu National Reserve. And well, he may or may not know when the plane is going to land, so he keeps his patience and waits. At the very opposite of the airstrip, we have a lone varvet monkey moving about in the tree. Then again, he may not be alone, or she may not be alone. I've just seen another movement to the top right side of the picture. It's a young one, so it's probably a mother and young. There is a varvet, and well, it's now clear to see who he is. It's a male. On the rear end, you see the blue color, indicative of the male varvet monkey. We have come once again to the Bwatherongi Circuit Road or Kubai Road, and it is always a nice place to view wildlife. Here we have a mother and young giraffe, as well as a herd of zebra moving away from the spot. Now that we have come to the area, they feel unsafe. On the far right, we have yet another mother and young, also looking at us very, very intently. But the beauty displayed is clear, very clear. The zebra were trying to re-emerge and go back to the water, but on second thought they have decided to wait a little bit longer, see if we go away, and then we will make them move. I am sure they must be very, very thirsty. So it's a long, hard struggle for them to wait for us to go. Anything that moves behind them sets off a panic. There goes the panic. So the giraffes continue gracing the area with their presence. And it's funny that mostly it's the giraffes which can stand the hot sunshine. They are not so keen on going under the trees. They can remain in the sun for as long as they wish. This youngster is confident enough to remain on his own about 50-60 meters from the rest of the groupings. So he's a confident young. One observation made from the giraffes is that whenever they feel threatened, without running far away, they will look at their perceived enemy, especially carnivores or anybody like us. They will look at us for long periods of time without moving, without blinking, shall we say, and this is just to show the predator or whoever it is that we can see you. So when giraffes are looking in the same direction for a longer time, then it's always advisable to assume that there is some danger in the neighborhood, and that's what they're looking at. You can clearly see that this guy is glued to our side of the road and will not look away from us. And so is his colleague. And we have just discovered more giraffes, especially family units just behind us on the other side of the road, all gazing in our direction. There are more of them. I guess they all want to cross to the other side of the road and have a drink. So we shall not hinder them in their mission. We We can only observe. So now one of them is about to cross the road, a senior giraffe, so probably his fear is over. He will not be afraid anymore. So please go on and cross the road and have your drink. Go on. This used to be a zebra crossing, but it's now a giraffe crossing. There you go. This is at the dam along the River, and we have a count of about 4 hippos. Let's now have a closer look. A closer look gives us about 3 adult hippos and a young one on the side of his mummy on the left side of the picture. This is what we are talking about. We have the mother there and a young one slightly to the right, just touching the heads. He's gone under. On top of the trees is an open-billed stock. And from his vantage point he has a bird's eye view of the pool and what lies in the pool. The young one has re-emerged on the right hand side of his mummy, and goes under again. How does he know when we are about to zoom in on him? Then he quickly goes under. There is our little friend. Goes down again very quickly. Along the road we have a giraffe that's trying out his height, whether he can reach at the leaves, and maybe he just will. He seems to be enjoying himself already. So this is good for him. There is a female ostrich which has also come for a drink at the Buatherongi. It's a very popular drinking spot for most of these animals, as we have just witnessed with a giraffe. This is probably because most of the drinking spots are open and without many bushes, so nobody wants to be surprised by something from behind a bush. So when it's open like this, it's good for them and they like it. We also observe that the Buatherongi River Circuit has received a facelift, with the road having had a new layer of marram, so this is good for the drive. Along the same circuit we have a pair of waterbuck having a drink as well, but one sip at a time, then look around if there is any danger. This is the other lady who is having a drink, and another one from behind is approaching. So we have three lady waterbucks. This waterbuck is looking very, very hard to the left side. I think he might have seen something he doesn't like. He has just given or sounded the alarm, and every one of them is now looking in that direction. The buffalo, as always, is in the company of some kind of egret. He's a mature bull, quite advanced in age, and probably with a lot of experience, combat experience. He just wants to be sure that we are no danger to him, so he keeps an eye on us. This is what we have come across. One of the mud holes, and the elephants were having a swim. Brave and might want to come and challenge us. Hi, we are very alright. How are you? This is still along the Boaterongi River, and we have some nice zebra which are probably having a drink and then a shower. As we mentioned earlier, this is a wonderful meeting point and a wonderful drinking joint. At this same water point, we have buffaloes that are really deep into the water, having the moment of their lives. This is what buffaloes love. A wet area lush with green and some water to wallow in. We have a visitor very close to our car. This is one of the cattle egrets at close range. They rarely give us a chance to view them this close. Panic. Nobody knows what it is all about. So we are wondering what happened that everybody ran away from this area. The buffaloes ran, the zebra ran, there could be something, or it was just a false alarm. Time will tell. Now the buffalo is doing what he does best when agitated, that is urinate and notify everywhere. There he goes. That's a sign that he's not comfortable. A telltale sign that he could readily attack. Friend is equally alert. And the zebra scamper out of this place. We have a great egret at work. His cutout work is fishing, so he remains very still, looking into the water, remaining very, very still until something moves in the water, and he will go for it. There goes. I don't know what he's got from this distance, but he has clearly caught something. Once again, we are lucky to see some kudu along the same Boaterongi River. But as with kudu, they will always run away when they sense our presence. It's a family. This is a group of two ladies, a young one. Well, more ladies coming through, and there is probably a male leading the entire family to safety. This is a gathering of older male buffaloes, which I like to call a members club. Remember, we refer to Impala boys as the boys club. Well, these ones deserve more respect. They are formidable creatures, and therefore members club. These are animals that can afford to carry their weight around, not really very scared of anybody, except lions that may want to rearrange or disorganize their living lifestyle, but generally they can handle lions, so nobody will bully them around. They deserve respect, and therefore members. The kind of horns that this guy has are good enough to take care of his security, and there is no doubt that he can use them very, very well to good effect. These ones are similarly good, with an open end facing upwards. Quite effective. These ones may be good, but not as effective as the last ones, because they are curving inwards towards the head. So when it comes to attacking and piercing the enemy, they would not be as effective as those that face upwards. So he may have a slight disadvantage. This is the dam on Makutano River, just off the Bwathrongi circuit. And it is a place where a plover is enjoying himself in the waters of the Makutano River. Two plovers actually. But they should be very cautious, because there is a crocodile that lives in these waters. So for them to come drinking in that area, this is a game of chances. So this is an elephant we have found deep in the forests within the sanctuary, and it is a clear indication that if you are looking for the elephants, especially the bigger ones, you will have to dig deep into the forests. And the only luck is that he is now leaving the deep forests to come out into the open for the evening sunshine before dark. So it's a difficult task getting through to them. As the evening approaches, we have another elephant here with the cut tusks. is yet another bull, two more bulls. So we will try and find out how they look like. This one is clearly deep in the forests. The guy here is an old gentleman with one broken tusk, and it's not what you may call exactly a big tusker. We are back at the Mururi swamp, and the various characters of the area have started coming out in the open, obviously going for the evening sun, which will warm them up a little before the night comes in. And of course, the night air is not as warm as the day air, so they want to take advantage of the last rays of the sun. This is an unprecedented number of elephants in the Mururi swamp. As we were driving through, preparing for an exit, and then this comes our way. But they are seemingly going in the opposite direction, away from us, into the lush green area with the papyrus. So it may be difficult to reach them from this side. Quite far away from us, almost invisible. We have here a beautiful dome palm, on top of which sits one of the eagles. So here is the eagle at closer range. We are now going past the Boaderongi swamp, and amazingly, after running around and looking for the elephants, seeing a few of them here and there, we have now a huge group of elephants way out into the Boaderongi swamp. All those elephants were totally invisible during the day, and as we can easily guess, they were hiding in the forests and bush around the swamp. These are places where we have no access to, so no roads. You would not know that they are there. This is amazing. And just when we thought eland were unapproachable, we have a couple of elands here in front of us, just on the way out towards number 1. And they have accepted our presence. If there are any females, I am yet to find out, but this is a male. That explains the courage to remain when we arrive here. He has a water bag for a companion. Fairly at ease, while his colleague stands there like a statue, motionless almost, and looking into our direction. There he is. Disturbance from a couple of flies, shakes his head, and then freezes again. And the zebra asking him, "What's the matter, brother?"
Akili leo nasikia kama
So we now have a meeting of the eland to try and discuss how to approach the situation. Here in Meru, they are not used to having people so close. Well, a clash of heads, and maybe a clash of ideas. Good morning, zebra. Thank you for this nice welcome in the wonderful morning light. This is on the Saturday that is meant to be our last game drive here in the Meru-Nationalpark, and you are our first candidates. right in the sanctuary after number one, and I think they are looking for a way out. These guys feel trapped. We have some other zebra just outside of the fence, and I think this is their motivation. They want to go out and join them, but there is the fence. They are very, very disturbed by the inability to go across the fence, and it's only a matter of time before they find the corridor, which is commonly used by elephants. So here we are on the way to number 37, and right on the Buaderongi River on the upper side. Within the sanctuary we have a group of kudu, the lesser kudu. These are females, and they know we are far away from them, so they are not running off like the others. It is only now that they think we have stayed too long, and they are starting to scatter. Once again at the Buaderongi Swamp, and looking around, there is not much activity. That's the length of the swamp towards the other side of the headquarters and beyond, and it looks rather quiet. So we move on and see whether there will be some activity on the other side. We have a lonely bull here in the Mururi swamp, and I think it's the unicorn. It's the guy with the one horn, or is it? I think he has had something, as now he's looking around. He has both his tusks, so it's all right. Thank you for showing us what you have. The rest of the Mururi swamp is completely empty, devoid of animals, but the scenery. Here is Mr. Agama lizard clamped onto the side of the tree and basking in the morning sun. Shaking his head, trying to test us out, see what our intentions are. As we do the rounds around Mururi Swamp, we come across a giraffe again, who is enjoying our presence. Giraffes don't seem to care much. So as we mentioned, we continue browsing without a care, and he's clever enough to know that we mean no harm. So here we are still doing our round the Mururi Swamp Drive, and here we have a rhino, a white rhino with a very young baby, peacefully grazing around out there in the grass. And this, for the first time, we have seen the rhinos out of the bushes. So I guess they will appreciate the morning sun and then later on move into the bushes as usual until later in the evening when it cools down. Also, one of the many twiggers that we have now been seeing, enjoying the goodies in the Mururi Swamp. And then he moves on gently, as they always do. So this is at the secret swamp along the fence with the villages, and we have some elephants here, 4 of them I guess, one on the right side not included in the picture, and they are having a morning mud bath before they most likely retreat into the forests. So here are the other 2. So the guys are back in business, having had a drink, having had a mud bath, and now it's a bit of play, a lazy play. We are now driving along the Roger circuit, and under one of the baobabs have come across these, I think they are 3 elephants there, relatively huge tusks on one of them, but we want to see the third one and make out the size of his tusks. So we have the one that was leaning and now is very close to the tree, a smaller one to his left, and another one just behind what we see there. This guy is having a nap. He's having some kind of siesta and leaning against the tree. And with him is a younger colleague who's right behind him, but partly hidden in the bushes. So we have crept behind him, and he's facing the opposite direction. Good looking guy. Out there across on the other side of the Roger River, we have some families having a dust bath. In the dry bushes, they have found a nice place, but it's totally inaccessible. So it's a place where nobody can drive. For those wishing to have lunch now, this is a good opportunity. These are the bush chicken. The best kind of chicken around this time, this place, but they'd have to look out for the law. These are the guinea fowls, and got a bit scared and are walking away from us. We are now driving out through the Kindani Plains, and we have a giraffe on the run. He's heard my voice. I have him in view once again. He was running to his colleagues. I see somebody coming back there. And now he feels a sense of security now that they are together.